All rise for your believing. The International Criminal Court is now in session. L'audience le Cour Penal International est ouverte. Please be seated. Veuillez vous asseoir.
Thank you very much. Court officer, please call the case. Thank you very much. Any changes in appearances?
Mr. President, good morning. The prosecution remains the same, save for the absence of Thomas Franziger.
And I noticed there was somebody who joined your team in the course of yesterday's proceeding.
Indeed, and we were remiss to not add him to the record. That's Mr. Peter Schotzman, prosecution interpreter. Yes.
Mr. Naratetek?
We remain the same, Your Honor. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. President, Your Honours. The defence for Mr. Ruto remains the same, save that Ms. Sullivan and Ms. Jairaj have rejoined us.
Mr. President, Mr. Sang's team remains the same, except that Logan Hambrick is out, but will join us a little later. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Prosecution, you requested to commence without a witness in light of some matter you want to address.
Your Honours, yes, we did, and we're grateful that that request was granted. I would just seek 2 or 3 minutes to put on the record and explain to the Chamber how we intend to proceed with this witness. We've given it some thought overnight, and we felt conscious of the Chamber's oral ruling on modalities and practicalities of eliciting the evidence of this witness, that if certain things could be clarified at the start of the day, and we thought it best that that be in the absence of the witness, that might be the best way to proceed, so that there's a practicable, feasible and amenable manner to elicit this evidence and progress through what the witness has to say.
We are in open session. Is this something we can discuss in the open session?
From our perspective, we don't see why not. If Your Honours feel otherwise, we can...
Oh, no. You know what you want to discuss, so why don't you then proceed?
I'm grateful. So, of course, the witness that the court has before it is one who understands the Kalenjin language, and this is an important part of their testimony. And he's testifying to speeches that he listened to where at least parts of those speeches were in Kalenjin. And given that he's able to recant and repeat the words that he heard at the speeches, the court has the benefit of there being created an audio-visual record.
Did you say recant or recount?
Recount. To recount. Yes, I'm grateful. Recount. We appear to have some transcription issues, but I'll concede.
Yeah, the transcript seems to... anyway, there may be a need to technically sort out something with the transcript. I understand it's being attended to. Okay. Please proceed.
So, as I mentioned, the benefit of that for the court and for the participants is that, at a minimum, an audio-visual record is created in the recording of these proceedings for the court, and all parties are free in the fullness of time to make submissions on what the witness then utters, and that needn't be here and now, and it certainly need not be in the presence of the witness. But, of course, there's only a small minority of individuals in the courtroom who understand the Kalenjin language itself. And so for the benefit of the majority who don't, we're assisted by having in-court interpretation from Swahili to English as well. And the witness has shown himself able to also say what he heard, what he says he heard in Swahili as well. And my learned friends, appropriately enough, said that if the witness can say what he heard in Kalenjin, he should say that. And the prosecution doesn't disagree with that. And I think everybody in court is on the same page on that. And certainly based on our observations of the witness towards the end of yesterday's session, it appears that doing it that way round, that he say it in Kalenjin first, and then explain to the court in Swahili, which can then be interpreted, the same words, it also seems to our eyes, to make more sense in the mind of the witness. He seemed more comfortable to do it that way. So I propose that that's how I'll proceed. And then once he said it in Kalenjin to create the audio record, and then Swahili to create the written record, which can be attested to later by the parties, I would then ask the witness of any meaning or significance that he may or may not attach to those words. And I stress the parties can debate these at a later time. And then finally, when we know whether those words, placed in their context by the witness, are pertinent and are relevant, then, if necessary, we can put on the record the exact Kalenjin words in the manner that we did yesterday with the assistance of our friends from the defense. But I submit that we should only engage in that exercise when it's strictly necessary. So certainly, this way the record will be preserved, both in writing and audiovisually, and submissions can be made later. Now, the reason I'm proposing to proceed in this way, and I intend to proceed in this way if the court is minded, is that the witness has stated that he attended no fewer than 5 rallies. And I don't wish to presuppose the witness's evidence, but I anticipate that there may be further speeches he heard where similar or at least repetitious phrases may arise. And we submit to engage in the transcription exercise of the Kalenjin words. For every word uttered at every rally, we could be here for quite some time indeed. And certainly, once any new content that arises, if should they arise, any new phrases, any new terms, we would put those on the record with the Kalenjin.
Let me, I may have lost you. What are you proposing that we do differently? It seems to me, so let me tell you where we are. The chamber is also of the view that it should be better to where some Kalenjin phrases or words have been used and the witness is testifying to those. We receive the Kalenjin first, and then the witness tells us what that means, and he does so in Swahili so that interpreters will interpret that, and then any discussions that need to be done. We didn't do it that way systematically yesterday, but we think we should proceed with that system from now going forward. It seems to me that you are agreeable to that, so that is also what you're thinking. Is that correct?
It's exactly correct, Your Honor.
Now, beyond that, what else are you saying we should do differently?
If it's terms or words which are similar or repetitious to words that have already been noted in the record in the manner that we did yesterday, we don't want to, for lack of a simpler phrase, spell it out every time, because then it will take too long. Now, we noted Your Honour's indication at the end of yesterday's hearing that we already have certain phrases noted in the record which appear similar or repetitious to how we'd left yesterday's evidence. And Your Honour noted that it might be effective to inquire with the witness whether what we have noted is the same as what he subsequently says he heard, or whether there are variations. And we concur with Your Honours that this is more efficient progressing when things are similar or repetitious than having to spell it out each time. And the last qualifier I'll make is that we do consider it important that if new content, clearly new topics are brought into the record by the witness, that those be spelt out at that instance.
We indicated you're right, indeed. I see your concern. Your concern is whether each time we do the same exercise of Kalenjin, even though the words may be the same as we had already received onto the record. Of course, yes, we did indicate that it would be more efficient if the words are already on the record to not do repetitive exercise in that regard. But the defense have a different view, and they're entitled to their view. So it's a matter of whether they also see the need to prefer the regime of efficiency or whether they have an issue, a forensic importance to them that drives them to insist that it be done that way. So we will hear from them, and then we will.
If I may, very quickly, just before my learned friends do respond, of course there are. It's a balance. It's a balance that needs to be drawn between putting it on the record in that with that technique every single time for multiple rallies, versus the efficiency of these proceedings and moving forward and progressing. Now, of course, this is a prosecution witness, and the prosecution has called this witness, and the prosecution ultimately is the party eliciting the evidence. The defense will cross-examine the witness, I'm sure, and they'll have ample opportunity to canvass spoken discrepancies or versions of events as experienced by the witness. It's the very purpose of that questioning. So in our submission, their ability to cross-examine and to canvass these issues fully takes into account that balance.
Mr. Khan?
Your Honours, why are the prosecution reluctant for the witness to specify, in relation to only 5 rallies, the words that Mr. Ruto is alleged to have said? Your
They're
Honour,
not reluctant to do so. They just want to see if there is a more efficient way of doing that. It's not reluctance.
Well,
so can you address
well, Your Honour,
the need why we should do it the way you prefer?
Yes. Well, Your Honour, if I can, before I say that, in the statement, one of the difficulties is how the prosecution approached this from the beginning. Because normally in a statement which one is taking in a criminal proceeding, knowing the requirement of specificity and detail, one would have elicited in that interview over 3 days what was said exactly and then the translation.
Mr. Khan, so that we can get through this quickly, the point was it's about our procedure. If you don't agree with that procedure, just say you don't agree. You're entitled to say we want the words revisited every time. How we do it is a different question. Whether we say, well, we already have the spellings, we don't want to task Mr. Bosek again with getting up and repeating what we already have, what he'd done on a previous occasion. I mean, he was generous enough. That's not his job, but he's been kind enough to assist us with that, and whether we want to keep doing that every time, or whether we would say, well, witness, the words you said you heard on the occasion B, are they the same as you said we had on occasion A?
Your Honour, I'm grateful. I've spoken to my learned friend, Mr. Bosek, and he's very kindly indicated he's more than willing to assist the court. We do require, with the greatest of respect and with the leave of the court, that the witness is required to say, in relation to every rally he says he attended, what he says, the exact formulation, to the best of his recollection, that he attributes to Mr. Ruto, that is the basis of the charges preferred by the prosecution.
Okay, we'll leave it at that.
Your Honour, could I also make the observation, I know my learned friends have an interpreter in Swahili. Is there another interpreter they've got in the Kalenjin language? Because ultimately the words that are of interest to the court are the words uttered in Kalenjin. And that's just an observation I make, because in a criminal proceeding, the bench want to have an understanding of what is said, allegedly said, by an individual in the original language. Your Honour, there is an interpreter here in Swahili. It may be of assistance at some point for my learned friends to have somebody in Kalenjin. But Your Honour, Mr. Bosek has indicated he's willing to assist, and we have absolutely no objections to that and are grateful for that assistance.
And Mr. Bosek, once more, the court chamber thanks you very much for your willingness to assist.
I'm most obliged, Mr. President, the honors.
We are having difficulties with the transcript.
As are we, Your Honour.
Yes, it's being attended to. Right. I believe we can still, while other things are being done. Right. The all right. I've been requested to urge everyone to reconnect to the transcript. so that there are no difficulties. She's done it for each of us, so if you can do it on your own stations as well. We will proceed as follows. We will repeat it every time. We'll repeat the exercise of getting the Kalenjin words that the witness said he had spoken. Mr. Bossack has kindly agreed to keep on assisting. We're grateful to him. Let's proceed in that way. If there's a need to revisit the matter later on, we will do so at that time. But for now, that's how we will proceed.
Mr. President, you will recall yesterday that we had an argument about some words, and I was made to understand that the English translation that we receive on the transcript is a translation of the Kiswahili into French, then into English. And Mr. President, I observed that, in fact, in that process, some words change meaning. And I just wanted to highlight that point, Mr. President, because there was the use of the word herb. And in English, herb doesn't mean weed, but I'm told the word for herb and grass in French are almost similar. And that could have been the cause of the disagreement yesterday. Mr. President, I just wanted to highlight that just in case it comes up later on.
Fair enough. The disagreement was on whether the word was weed or grass, wasn't it?
Yes, Mr. President, but the interpreter insisted that the word that had been used was herb, and that would mean weed.
I thought the record is on what it says. We need not settle what the interpreter said. I thought I had weed or grass or herb, any of those. But we'll leave it at that. We need not delay. One more matter, Mr. Naratsetsek, the matter of when the Victims' Council, that's either Mr. Nderitu or yourself, should commence examination if the chamber grants leave for you to examine the witness. We thought we'd return to that matter. You should be prepared to start. We will not be adjourning the proceedings so that Mr. Nderitu comes from Kenya to examine the witness himself. We will not do that. If he joins us in good time for him to ask the questions himself, that will be between him and you to decide who asks questions. But if he is not in court by the time the prosecution finishes, and there's enough time for you to ask the questions, the court will require you to ask those questions. You've been in court and listening to the testimony of the witness, including those received in private session. So, and we know that you're well able to ask a question. So we thought we'd put you on alert well ahead of the completion of the prosecutor's examination in chief.
I'm grateful, Your Honor, but if I may I propose another solution? Something we have consulted with our prosecution, friends of our prosecution, and some friends of the defense. I have consulted Mr. Nderitu about this, and his wishes are that ideally he would want to question the witness himself, but if if he is not in time to question himself, he was also open to idea that with the chamber's leave, of course, the defense can proceed with their cross-examination, and when he comes on Monday, he can take on after the defense, Your Honor. And as you honestly know, according to the decision on the victim participation and representation, we are not allowed to raise any new issues. We will only question the witness as regards to the personal harm he and his family has suffered. Therefore, Your Honor, in our view,
what was the chamber's ruling about the order? Order of questioning when leave is given to victims' counsel to ask questions.
Your Honor, we are mindful of that order, Your Honor. We are, in principle, called to question the witness if Your Honor grant our request, just following the prosecution's direct examination, Your Honor. But on this exceptional case, Your Honor, since Mr. Indritu wishes to question this himself, we would grateful, Your Honor, if you allow the defense continue following the prosecution's direct examination and allow him to question the witness starting Monday.
Mr. Khan, you heard Mr. Narachatak, so he's asking whether the defense might be minded to go first. We want to avoid a situation where there's a large gap when we're waiting for Mr. Nduritu to come from Nairobi.
Your Honor, I'm grateful. As far as our defence team is concerned, we would object, we would have difficulties, because obviously we are cross-examining a witness on testimony that's been elicited by the prosecution and anything from the legal representatives of the defence, and it wouldn't be right, it would be very inefficient to have to revisit matters.
All right, we'll leave it at that. Mr. Narachatak, as indicated, if the prosecution finishes in good time today and leaves, if we have, say, maybe 1 hour or 30 minutes, perhaps we can allow counsel to go and prepare and do other things. But if there's more time than that, we will require you to start. Thank you.
I'm grateful, John. Thank you.
We will then begin the testimony of the witness.
Mr. President, could I indicate that if the prosecution are through today, I am prepared to go first, and whatever comes up from the victims when the Ruto comes on Monday, I could request my colleague, Mr. Khan, to take care of. That way we can accommodate.
So you can accommodate Mr. Nduritu in that way?
Assuming we are ready today. Of course, if we get to Monday, I'm sure Mr. Nduritu will take care of himself.
Yes, yes. All right. That's kind of very, very okay. Let's bring down the blinds and then bring the witness in.
Nous sommes en audience publique, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you. Ms. Pouliot, please proceed.
Witness, good morning. When we...
Mzee,
Yes, when we left off yesterday afternoon, you had told the court about attending a rally in Nandi Hills Stadium. Do you remember?
ndio ninakumbuka.
And you had told the court about listening to a speech from Henry Kosgei, and then you were telling the court about listening to a speech by William Ruto. Do you recall?
Nilisema hivyo.
And do you recall that you told the court that Mr. Ruto started his speech in Swahili and then moved into the Kalenjin language?
Ni hivyo.
And when I asked you, what do you recall Mr. Ruto saying when he spoke in Kalenjin, you told the court something in Kalenjin. And when you said it in Swahili, we have it as, we don't want the trees which were brought by the whites. Do you remember saying that yesterday at the end of the day?
Ninakumbuka.
Okay, so we're going to repeat the exercise that we did yesterday of making sure that the court has on the record the exact Kalenjin words that you heard. So I'm going to ask you now to repeat slowly and clearly the Kalenjin words you heard Mr. Ruto say when he said, as you say, we don't want the trees which were brought by the whites. Can you do that?
Ninaweza kufanya hivyo.
So if my learned friends from the defense are ready with their pens, witness, if you could now say slowly and clearly the Kalenjin words that you heard.
Magimaje ketit nijibu jumbe.
Mr. President Jonas, Magimache Ketit Ne Gibu Chumbeg. Could I spell it?
Why don't you repeat to them so that the process we followed yesterday, once he agrees to that's it, then you spell it.
Witness, umesema Magimache Ketit Ne Gibu Chumbeg.
Kasa.
He's saying it's okay. And Magimache, Mr. President Jonas, is M-A-G-I-C-H-E. The second word, Ketit, is K-E-T-I-T. The third word is N-E. The fourth word will be G-I-I-P-U. Then Chumbeg is C-H-U-M-P-E-K.
B-E-K, you said?
Yes, Mr. President Jonas.
Thank you very much.
Yes, now it works. Witness, I'm going to now repeat those words to you in Kalenjin. Please listen and tell me if this is what you heard Mr. Ruto say. Magi che ketit ne gipu chumpek. Is that what you heard Mr. Ruto say?
Sijatamka vile nilisema kutamka.
Mr. President, can I just make a suggestion? It may be welcomed by my learned friend. It's my respectful submission. Our concern was to get the Kalenjin words on the record. And Mr. Bozic, of course, put the Kalenjin words to the witness. The witness accepted that they were the words, and we have a transcription. So I'm not insisting, and it's not required in my respectful submission, for my learned friend once again to repeat the words. It just may assist matters. But it's a matter for my friend, of course.
No, we do require for him to do that. We require for Mr. Pugliati to put it back to the witness so that later on we don't run into any arguments later, as you may well see happening now.
And Mr. President, what's happening is that my learned colleague missed out the first word. He didn't say it. And I think that's what the witness is concerned with.
Which word would that be?
Makimaje. My learned friend, I think, missed out to a vowel and a consonant. If you could read it again, I'm sure the witness will be able to confirm.
I mean, obviously I'm at a disadvantage because I don't speak the language, so I don't know if I'm saying the words correctly, but I'm assisted if the first word could be respelled for the record because, and I may be wrong, but I don't see it.
Mr. Kiyin Katwa, how would you spell the first word?
The spelling was correct. It's my colleague who missed it out. It's not.
Okay, I'll tell you what I have. What I have would be M-A-G-I-C-H-E, the first word.
Exactly, Mr. President. That's correct.
And Mr. Pugliati did read it, maybe.
Mr. President, I've discovered that the spelling is actually wrong. And I also wish to say, Mr. President, that Ama Kipsigis and K will come in. For Nandi, it will actually be G. It's the same word, but they flow together. It should have been M-A. For the Kipsigis will be G-I, but for the Nandi it will be K-I. M-A. C-H-E, so that it's Makimache.
All right, can you take it slowly? Again, let's spell what the witness actually said. You heard him? So, yes, there may well be that there may be, variances in dialect among the Kalenjins, resulting in different spellings, but we want exactly what the witness had said in the way. I'm sure you can do it that way.
President,
Thank you.
the witness actually said Magimache ketit negibu chumbek, and I've said that, Mr. President, that Magimache will be M-A-K-I-M-A-C-H-E.
So the only difference then would be with the Magimache, right?
Yes, Mr. President.
So the Ketit Ne Gipu Jumbek will still be the same.
Kibu will be K-I-I-B-U. Yes.
One final clarification. Yesterday, the spelling of Makimoche was with an O, not an A. So if that could be clarified, we'd be grateful.
Your Honor, I think the difficulty is the transcript actually hasn't accurately recorded the spelling that my learned friend gave. The spelling that he gave was M-A-G-I-M-A-C-H-E, whereas on the transcript at page 17, line 25, it's spelled M-A-G-I-C-H-E.
That is actually what I recorded myself, not looking at the transcript on that occasion. So let's forget the previous exercise
So be it.
and take it from the revised stance now. We now have M-A-K-I or G-I, but let's say M-A-K-I, M-A-C-H-E, K-E-T-I-T, N-E, G-I-I-B-U, C-H-U-M-B-E-K. Mr. Pugliati, can you take it from there, please? See if the witness reacts differently to that spelling.
Just before I do, respectfully, I believe Mr. Bosek corrected the Jipu to Kibu. I believe he corrected it to the Kalenjin being K-I-I-B-U.
Right. Fair enough. Can we then do that?
Witness, I'm going to read to you once again the Kalenjin words, and you can listen, please, and tell the court if this is what you heard Mr. Ruto saying. Maki machi ketik ne kibu chumpek.
Sawa.
And for the record, could you say in Swahili what that means?
Inamaanisha hatutaki miti ambazo zililetwe na wazungu.
Now, witness, can you tell the court what your understanding of that phrase, that sentence, means to you?
Alikuwa akimaanisha hataki watu ambao walichukua maardhi zao kutoka katika mikono za wazungu.
Okay, I have some follow-up questions. I just want to break that down. You said he didn't want people who had taken their wealth. Which people is he referring to? Who are the people?
Alizungumzia kama Waluya, Wajaluo, Wakikuyu na Wakisii.
Mr. Pugliati, I do recall this witness saying, he said it, of course, in the context of his recounting of what Mr. Koski, he said Mr. Koski had said, and he said on the previous occasion, at the time, he didn't understand what was meant, but it was later on that he understood what was meant. So keep that in mind when you ask him questions about what words meant. I do not know whether that's the same with what he had of according to him, from Mr. Ruto.
Witness, is this the same thing you heard?
Your Honour, my friend shouldn't lead. I think the question can be put differently.
I'll actually ask a different question. Witness, when you understood what you just told the court about reference to the trees, when did you come to understand that?
Baadaye
And what did you understand it to mean?
nilielewa hawataki sasa kabila sisi tuko huko tuwe sehemu hiyo.
And what caused you to understand this?
Sababu haikuwa lugha yao ya kuongea kawaida kama vile walikuwa wakiongea.
And did Mr. Ruto say anything else on this matter?
Arudia tu hizo mambo ambayo enu alikuwa amesema ya nyazi msiwache ikameba katika manyumba zenyu.
Yes, I will come to that. I'm still asking you about Mr. Ruto talking about the trees brought by the white men. In regards to this matter, did Mr. Ruto say anything else?
Mambo mengi walikuwa wakiongea. Aliongea akasema siku ya kufika ya kufanya kazi mtafanya vile tulimwambia.
Yes, I'll come to that as well, witness. I'm still asking you about Mr. Ruto's comments regarding what he referred to or who he referred to as trees. So, just asking you about trees, did Mr. Ruto say anything other on that matter regarding the trees they did not want, you said?
Sababu ndio walikuwa wamenunua ardhi kwa wingi sehemu hizo.
And did Mr. Ruto say anything in that regard concerning the people who bought a lot of land in that place?
Vile aliongea ikaonyesha maongeo yake ilikuwa inalenga wale watu ambao walinunua mashamba.
And when you say targeting, what do you understand that to mean?
Maana ya kulenga ni kuonyesha wale watu wako kabila zingine wako tofauti na kabila yake.
And how would that be shown?
Sababu ya kusema hawataki miti ambayo iletwe na wazungu ilikuwa inamaanisha kwa sababu hizi kabila ndio ziliofanyia kazi wazungu kwa muda mrefu.
Okay, witness, I'll move on. I'll just take you back to something you said a moment ago. And you said that another thing Mr. Ruto said during his speech, if the court just bear with me.
Nilisema hivyo.
You said a moment ago that, and I'm just reading from the transcript at page 23, line 14, line 11, 14 rather. He repeated the same thing, saying that we shouldn't let the grass penetrate into your house. Do you recall saying that?
Hivyo nilisema hivyo.
Okay, so for the benefit of the court, once again, slowly and clearly, please can you repeat the Kalenjin words that you recall?
Magemaje umetei suswe kolandai agoigo.
Bear with us, witness, one moment.
Witness, umesema magimache umetai suswe kolanda agoi court.
Nasema hivyo.
The first word, Mr. President Jonas, will be magimache, which is M-A-K-I-M-A-C-H-E. The second word is ometai, O-M-E-T-A-I. Suswek, which is the third word, is S-U-S-W-E-K. The fourth word, Kolanda, is K-O-L-A-N-D-H. That is K-O-L-A-N-D-H. A-N-D-A. Agoi is A-G-O-I. Got is G-O-T.
Thank you very much, Mr. Boswell.
Okay, witness, I'm going to repeat those challenging words. Please listen to me and tell me if this is correct or not. Makimache, omete, suswek, kolanda, agoi, got. Are those the words you heard?
Hivyo nimesema ni hiyo ambayo nilisikia.
And just for clarity on the record, one more time in Swahili, what does that mean, please, to you?
Katika lugha ya Kiswahili ni kumaanisha msiwache nyazi ikatambae katika nyumba zenyu.
Okay, and when you heard that, did you understand what it meant, or did you come later to understand what that meant to you?
Maana yake nilisikia nyuma.
And when you understood later, what did you understand it to mean?
Ndio nilijua ya kwamba inamaanisha kwa sababu hizi kabila zingine ndio zilikuwa zimenunua mashamba katika kila sehemu.
And did Mr. Ruto, when he said this, tell the crowd anything else?
Kuwa akizidisha kusema siku itafika mfanye kazi vile tumemwambia.
All right, I'll ask you some questions about that, Mr. Witness. Did you understand at the time, or did you come to understand later, any meaning in Mr. Ruto's words?
Hebu rudia hapo.
I'll tell you what, Mr. Witness, let's get the Kalenjin on the record and then we'll come to discussing it. So what we have is, you said you heard Mr. Ruto say that when the day comes, do the work according to our instructions. Now, slowly and clearly, could you please say one at a time what you heard in Kalenjin when Mr. Ruto said that?
Are we to understand that if that was also in Kalenjin? The witness hasn't said that.
That's a very good point, Your Honor. I'll clarify that, and then, if necessary, we'll get the Kalenjin. Witness, when Mr. Ruto said, when the day comes, do the work according to our instructions, in which language was he speaking?
Alisema katika lugha ya Kalenjin.
All right, so we'll ask you to repeat those words in Kalenjin slowly and clearly and one at a time. In your own time, go ahead.
Kimache Oi kasit kumie Chagoni.
Can you repeat that again, slowly?
Ndio nitarudia. Kimaje Oi kasit kumie Tiangawi.
Witness, umesema kimache oyai kasit komie ne kiagonin. Is that correct?
Iko sawa.
Mr. President, Your Honors, the first word is kimache is K.
1 second.
Sorry.
I think Iko Sawa, that's not
That is
Kalenjin.
correct. That is Kiswahili said in Kiswahili that it's okay.
Right. We needed the interpretation of that to come in. Interpreters tell us the witness accepted what Mr. Bosek said. Is that it? Mr. Bosek, can you do that again, please? And interpreters, can you let us know when the witness reacts to Mr. Bosek's reading back the words?
Mr. Witness, umesema kimache oyai kasit komie ne kiagonin.
Iko sawa.
Mr. President, Your Honors, kimache is Kimache. Oyai is Oai. Kasit is Kazit. Komie Komye. Then the other word is Ne. Kiagonin, the last word is Kiagonin.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pugliati, back to you.
Witness, it's now me again repeating the Kalenjin. Please listen carefully. Kamiche, Oe, Kazit, Komye, Ne, Kiagonin. Is that correct?
Iko sawa.
And for the record, what does that mean in Swahili?
Katika lugha ya Kiswahili ni kumaanisha nataka mfanye kazi ile tulimpatia katika njia mzuri.
I'm just going to ask you some questions to break that down. Who is he asking to do the work?
Hapo inaonekana alikuwa amejua tayari wenye amepea kazi wafanye kazi, kwa sababu sisi wengine tulijua ni kura ndio tulikuwa tumeambiwa tupige kura.
Just to get some clarity, who is we? Who are you referring to when you say we?
Kuna wenye inaonekana walikuwa wamejua kama kabla yake ya Kalenjin kazi ambao watafanya siku hiyo inapofika.
And was that your impression at the time of hearing it?
Mimi nilikuwa nimejua ni kura, lakini hawa kwa sababu alisema katika lugha yao ya Kalenjin, kaonekana wako na kazi tayari wamepewa kuifanya.
Who is they who was to do the work when he spoke in Kalenjin?
Ni watu wa kabila yake.
And just to be clear, what did you understand the members of his ethnic group were supposed to do?
Sababu nilikuja pata jibu tayari, nyuma yake vile vita ilikuweko. Kaonekana hiyo ndio kazi alikuwa amewaambia watakuja fanya baadaye.
Just so the record is as clear as it can be, when you say later that you got the answer, just explain what you mean by the answer.
Sababu ilikuwa na vurugo mwisho yake.
Okay, witness, I'll ask you some different questions now about Mr. Ruto's speech. Is there anything else that you remember or that sticks in your mind from that speech?
Sababu vile alisema katika maongeo yake, mtafanya kazi vile nilimwambia, ndio kitu ilikuwa nikiwazia katika akili zangu, ni kazi gani.
Yes, I understand that. I've asked you questions on that, and you've given us answers. I was asking if there were any different matters or any different topics or words that you recall Mr. Ruto saying.
Sababu ilikuwa ni mambo ya miti, mambo ya kung'oa magugu, miazi hiyo. Nikakuwa mambo ya kufanya kazi vile nimemwambia. Ndio bado naifahamu katika kichwa changu.
Now, you've already testified that your understanding of when his reference to trees was non-Kalenjin groups. Is that correct?
Ilikuwa anamaanisha hivyo.
And you've also testified that his use of the word grass was also in your mind a reference to non-Kalenjin groups. Is that correct?
Ni kweli.
Now, to the best of your recollection, did Mr. Ruto use any other terms or words to refer to non-Kalenjin groups?
Naweza kumbuka.
Can you tell the court what those words you remember are?
Alikuwa akisema hatutaki madoadoa.
Is madoadoa a Kalenjin word or a Swahili word?
Madoadoa ni neno la Kiswahili.
And can you tell the court what madoadoa means in Swahili?
Sababu alisema madoadoa ni kumaanisha wataki watu wa rangi mbili.
Witness, take your time and just using your own words, can you tell the court a little bit more detail about what you understand this term to mean?
Maana ya madoadoa, kwa sababu nguo ikiwa na rangi moja iwezi kaitwa madoadoa, na ikiwa na rangi mbili tayari hiyo nguo inaweza kuwa iko na madoadoa.
And in what context is the term madoadoa used, to your knowledge?
Neno madoadoa ni kumaanisha kabila zile ambazo ziko tofauti na kabila yake.
And is this something you understood when he said it, or did you come later to understand what it meant?
Hiyo nilisikia vizuri kwa sababu nilikuwa nimeanza kushika misemo zao.
And what was your reaction? What did you think when you heard Mr. Ruto say madoadoa? We don't want the madoadoa.
Kwangu nilijihisi mbeleni penye tunaelekea haitakuwa mzuri.
Uncertain in what way?
Sababu msemo ambao alitumikia haikuwa msemo ambao ni wa amani.
In that case, what did it refer to?
Alikuwa akimaanisha zile kabila zingine zitatoka.
Had you heard, I'm sorry, I'll rephrase and I'll restart. Had you heard this word used in the past before that day?
Mbeleni silikuwa sijawahi kusikia wakilitumia.
Did you hear it on other occasions or only on that day?
Nilianza kuisikia katika hizo mikutano za kisiasa.
Now, Mr. Witness, when I asked you what your reaction was to hearing this word, you said you felt the future was uncertain. I now want to ask you, from your observation of the crowd, what was the reaction of the crowd in the stadium?
Alipokuwa akiongea, watu walikuwa wakishangilia kwa wingi.
Was it all the people in the stadium?
Kwa sababu alipokuwa akiongea, uwanja yote ilikuwa ikishangilia. Sasa kwa sababu niwezi nikajue ni nani hakuwa akishangilia, lakini niliona uwanja wote watu wakishangilia.
The people that you did see cheering, which ethnic group, if you could tell, did they belong to?
Sababu wenye walikuwa karibu na mimi walikuwa wa kabila la Kalenjin.
My last question, are they the ones who you saw cheering?
Ndio, ni hawa walikuwa wakishangilia.
Mr. President, I'll wait for my learned friend to finish. We've got on the transcript the fact that Madoa Doa is a Swahili word. The witness has testified that he heard the words being uttered, that we don't want any Madoa Doa. That's page 31, line 1. I wonder if we could get clarification as to whether that was all in Kalenjin, apart from the word Madoa Doa or Swahili, and if so, the exact words that were uttered. And so that could be, if it is Kalenjin, once again it can be put into the transcript. I'd be grateful.
Your Honour, I could certainly do that, and we might have just enough time before the break for that to be done.
And when you say your last question, do you mean for the witness or before the break?
Rather on the topic, but perhaps that wasn't clear. But I'm aware of the time. If the court's minded, that could be my first question in the next session or my last question in this session.
Why don't you ask a question and we'll see if we need to take it further than that.
Witness, when I asked you about Madoa Doa and the words Mr. Ruto said, you told the court, and this is Mr. Ruto, he said we don't want any Madoa Doa. Now, we know Madoa Doa is a Swahili word. You've told us that. But what about the rest of his sentence? Was that in Swahili or another language when he said we don't want any? Do you understand?
Alitumikia msemo wa Kalenjin.
Okay. One at a time again, and slowly, please say the Kalenjin words.
Alisema kwa misemo ambayo inasema magimaje yito nitinye ngoro igari.
Can you again kindly repeat slowly those words? Thank you.
Majimaje, Chito, Milaje, Koroik, Aing.
Mr. Witness, umesema magimache chito netinye ngoroik aeng.
Iko sawa.
Mr. President, Your Honors, magimache is M-A-K-I-M-A-C-H-E. Chito is C-H-I-T-O. Netinye is N-E-T-I-N-Y-E-I. Ngoroik is N-G-O-R-O-I-K. Aeng, the last word is A-E-N-G.
Thank you very much.
Most obliged.
All right. We can take our morning break now. When we come back, you can complete the exercise.
Very well.
Witness, we will take our morning break for 30 minutes, a little less than that now. You will rejoin us at 11:30. Can we bring the blinds down? The next witness, court officer.
All rise. Waivulabe. Please be seated. Waivasaswa.
Thank you very much. Witness, welcome back. Mr. Pulietti, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, witness, before we went on the break, you had repeated to my colleague the Kalenjin that you say you heard spoken by Mr. Ruto regarding Madoadoa, and I'm just going to repeat those Kalenjin words that you gave the court and tell me if these are correct. Makimachi, Chito, Netinye, Ungoroik, Aing. Is that correct?
Iko sawa.
And just for the record, what does that mean in Swahili?
Maana lugha katika Kiswahili hatutaki watu wako na nguo mbili.
Did you hear the word Madoadoa?
Let's not do that. Can you ask the witness to repeat what he said the expression means?
Witness, just once more for the court, can you repeat what the expression means?
Wanawake katika lugha ya Kiswahili hatutaki wenye watakuwa na nguo mbili.
Now, I'd just like to take you back to something you said in the last session. When I asked you if you had heard this word on other occasions, you replied, it was during these rallies that I heard that word being used. Do you remember that?
Nakumbuka nilisema hivyo.
Can you just clarify when you say these rallies, which rallies you are referring to?
Sababu nilienda katika mikutano nyingi.
Are you referring to the rallies you told the court you attended?
Ndio nilikuwa nimeelezea.
Your Honour, just a correction to the transcript at line 10 of the current page 36. The first word we understand should be two, as in the number two. Okay, witness, the rally at Nandi Hill Stadium, what time did it finish?
Mkutano wa Nandi ulimalizika ikielekea kama saa 10.
And what did you do after the rally?
Baada ya mkutano turudishwe nyumbani kupitia hii gari ambazo zilituleta.
Now, witness, after the first rally that you attended at Nandi Hill Stadium, how would you describe the atmosphere in the Nandi Hills area?
Hiyo eneo la Nandi Hills ilikuwa mzuri.
Did you hear anybody discussing the elections?
Watu walikuwa wakizungumzia kuhusu uchaguzi, chama ambayo tutapigia kura.
Mr. President, I apologise. I'm alerted kindly by Ms. Laurie that at page 37 there's no answer to the question what time the rally ended. I believe the witness said at 4 p.m., but it's not recorded, I'm told.
I heard 4 p.m. as well.
Four p.m.
All right, we all heard 4 p.m., so let's proceed.
Witness, could you describe, from your observations, the attitudes of the Kalenjin community after the rally?
Baadaye mkutano ilipoisha, tabia za marafiki na mwenendo ambazo zilikuwa zikiendelea zilianza kubadilika.
Could you explain what you mean a little more when you say the attitudes of friends had changed?
Sababu tulikuwa tumezoeana tangu tulipozaliwa vile tumeishi. Lakini wakati huo ulikuwa unaweza kuwa unatembea, unafika penye marafiki wako unapata wamenyamaza saa zingine.
Witness, could you just repeat the last part of your answer, please?
The whole thing. Let him repeat the whole. He can ask the question again, so that he has a frame of reference.
It's better that way. Witness, I'll repeat the question. Could you explain again to the court, because we didn't hear your answer, explain again what you mean when you say the attitudes of friends had changed?
Sababu tangu tulipoishi tulikuwa tunaongea kwa umoja na undugu, lakini fikia wakati huo mikutano zilipokuwa zikiendelea ulikuwa unaweza kuwa unatembea, unafika penye marafiki yako walikuwa wakiongea, unapokaribia wananyamaza kuendelea na maongeo.
One follow-up. When you say we had unity and fraternity between us, who are you referring to?
Mwanzo tulikuwa tumeishi na Wakalenjin au marafiki zangu kwa njia iliyo mzuri.
Okay, and who is it that you're referring to when you say we were living with the Kalenjin? Who is we?
Sababu tuliishi makabila tofauti, Wakalenjin wenyewe, Wakikuyu, Waluya, Wajaluo na Wakisii.
Witness, one other thing that you said a moment ago is that after the rally, if somebody went towards their friends, that the friends would stop talking. When you refer to friends, what ethnicity are you referring to?
Hasa marafiki wangu wengi walikuwa Wakalenjin.
Witness, what lawyers getting at is who stopped talking to whom. You said after the rally, people would visit their friends and friends stopped talking. Can you tell us who stopped talking to whom?
Wanaweza kuwa wanaongea wenyewe Wakalenjin, lakini mimi kabila tofauti na kabila yao, napofika pale kama mimi Mluya, wananyamaza.
Now, witness, to the best of your knowledge, around this time, was anything being said by the Kalenjin regarding the non-Kalenjin?
Sasa hizo hawakuwa wakiongea jambo lolote. Watu wanaponyamaza inaonekana walikuwa wanaongea jambo la siri ambao wewe huwezi ukajua.
Mr. Puliati, that last question, so that there's no confusion. Were you speaking, do you mean generally? Or in the context of people discussing among themselves and a third-party comes and then conversation ceased? You need to have the witness understand what you are getting at.
I realize the ambiguity, and I'll rephrase the question. Witness, I'm going to ask you a question, and I'm not referring to the groups of Kalenjin speaking that you talked about who would then go quiet. I'm talking generally. So generally, in the Nandi Hills area, around this time, do you know if anything was being said by the Kalenjin regarding the non-Kalenjin in the Nandi Hills area?
Sikuwa naijua.
Did you hear anything else around this time, or start to hear anything else around this time?
Baada ya kura ndio nilijua ilikuwa na lengo fulani. Ilikuwa wakizungumzia.
And what was that subject?
Sababu vita ilipotokea ikaonekana walikuwa wanaongea juu ya vita.
Okay, witness, I will move on. You told the court yesterday that you also attended a rally at Kapchowa. Is that correct?
Kweli nilihudhuria.
And just clarify for the benefit of the court, that was the second rally that you said. Is it the second rally that you went to?
Ni mkutano wa pili.
Now, where in Kapchowa was this rally?
Kuna uwanja wa mpira ambao ilifanyika ndani yake.
And how far is this from Nandi Hills town?
Sio mbali sana, karibu inaweza kuwa kama kilomita 2.
And how did you learn that this rally was taking place?
Kawaida mkutano ikiweko gare zinatembeza, zimewekwa speaker zikitangaza penye mkutano itakuwa.
And did the announcement say anything else other than a rally would be held?
Kwa nasema wajumbe wetu watatembelea sehemu hiyo.
Now, how long after the rally at Nandi Hills Stadium was this rally?
haukuchukua muda ulio mrefu.
Can you give the court some idea? It doesn't have to be exact, but can you give the court some idea of how long after the first rally in Nandi Hill Stadium the second rally was?
Siwezi nikakumbuke sana kwa sababu ni mbali, lakini inaweza kuwa kama zaidi ya wiki mbili.
Your Honour, at this stage I'd request private session just for 1 or 2 questions, please.
And how long do you think we might be doing that?
Less than 2 minutes, I'd imagine.
Private session then.
Nous sommes en audience publique, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pugliese. Please proceed.
Okay, witness, we're back in public session now, so just a reminder not to discuss anything that we just discussed in the private session. My question is, without saying where you live, how did you arrive at this rally?
Mkutano libebwa na gari.
What type of vehicles?
Kawaida tulikuwa tunasafiri na maroli.
And what time did you arrive at the football field?
Basi nikajua saa sana, lakini ilikuwa mwendo wa saa 6 ikiendelea saa 7.
Now, were there many people at this rally?
Hiyo mkutano ilikuwa ya watu wengi.
Now, you don't have to be exact, but can you estimate approximately how many people you would say are there?
Ilikuwa zaidi ya mamia kuelekea hata zaidi ya 1000.
And could you tell what ethnicities were in the crowd?
Sababu estate hapo inabeba kila kabila. Na ni eneo kabila ya Wakalenjin.
Witness, just a clarification. When you say mainly the Kalenjin, do you mean it was mainly the Kalenjin at the football field or mainly the Kalenjin in the area?
Eneo hilo.
Okay. My question was, which groups did you see at the rally?
Kulikuwa na Wajaluo, Waluya, Wakikuyu, Wakisii na Wakalenjin.
Now, you said this rally was in a field. Was there any kind of stage or platform for the speakers?
Your Honour, can I just ask that my learned friend, on all issues, just ask the witness to describe what's there, rather than asking pointed questions like that. Let's describe the arena, and of course it may be that it leads into a platform, but let's not lead it and put it into the mouth of the witness when it hasn't been properly elicited.
Describing the arena might be too general. We don't want to go all over the place before getting to the existence of platform, if that is what Council is interested in. But on the other hand, Council try seeing if you can avoid directly leading questions. If you cannot escape it, then we'll see what we can do about that for now.
Your Honour, of course I'm trying to ask questions in a way that the witness will best understand them. But I can rephrase. Witness, were there speakers at this rally?
Kuna gara ambao walikuwa wametengeneza, wanapoongea sauti zinasikika kwa kila mmoja.
Perhaps it's a confusion in my English, as the word speaker might have two meanings. But did you see people giving speeches at this rally?
Ndio walipatiana.
And were you able to see them clearly?
Kwa naweza kuwaona vizuri.
And can you explain how it is that you could see them very clearly?
Kwenye nilikuwa nimesimama, nilikuwa naweza kuwaona.
Were they addressing the public from any particular position?
Kila mmoja alipokuwa akiongea, alikuwa anakuja mbele na anaongea, wanampa nafasi anaongea.
And the person making the speech, would they stand on the ground or would they stand on something?
Your Honour, I'm not going to belabor the point, but it may be that we get to more critical issues. It's very easy.
I was getting to that point, whether we need to, whether there's any issue about the existence of the structure mentioned earlier. If not, I don't see the issue. Can you pop the question, Counsel?
There is an issue because there are issues of identity involved. So we'd like to get a clear picture of what the witness was looking at and what he saw.
Fair enough, then go ahead. But you're the one who mentioned the word in your very first question that led us to this long route. What I'm saying is, if you feel you want to bring back that word into the question to direct the path of the questioning, you may do so. But if you feel that it's better for you to go the way you're proceeding, that's up to you.
I'm grateful for the indication, Your Honour. It has been a long route. Witness, when a speech was made, would the Speaker be standing on the ground, or alternatively, would they be standing on some sort of stage or structure?
Your Honour, my point was quite specific. It wasn't the route. The proper question, non-leading question, is where was the person standing? And you take it from there. But you don't put a proposition or you paint a scene for the witness to simply endorse. It's leading, however one wishes to put it. My friend should simply ask, where was the person, where was the speaker? And take it from there. No point now, the horse has bolted. All this talk of platforms, but Your Honour, it could have been avoided by proper questioning.
The objection was going to be overruled anyway. So proceed, Mr. Puliat.
Witness, I'm going to ask you the same question once more. Please listen carefully. When a speech was made at the Kapchorwa rally, would the Speaker be standing on the ground, or alternatively, would they be standing on some sort of stage or structure?
Hawakuwa wametengeneza jukwaa.
And who were the speakers at this rally?
Kuna wenye walipatiana, lakini hatukuwa tunawajua hao wageni. Lakini Henry Koskei na Ruto nilikuwa nawatambua.
And 1 second for the record, at line 5, where the word question appears in the transcript, the proper word I outside was objection, not question. I said the objection was going to be overruled. I see the report.
I see the word question as well.
Yes, I did not say the question was going to be overruled, so there's no confusion there. But proceed anyway.
Witness, just to be clear, are you referring to William Ruto?
Ndio.
Did Mr. Kosgei and Mr. Ruto arrive together? I take that. I can ask a question before that. And witness, when you arrived at the rally, was Mr. Ruto and Mr. Kosgei there already?
Your Honour, I don't want to keep jumping up like a jack in a box. But one way, of course, is just give the witness statement, and we could be done by it. We're interested in hearing what the witness has to say. And one of the ways of eliciting that, and for your honours to be able to assess it, is for my learned friend not to repeatedly lead. Sometimes it's difficult, but with a little bit of thought, it can be done. And I would ask he exercise caution, because this is a witness that we take issue with. I'm grateful.
The difficulty, of course, I could see your concern, Mr. Ken, but often it may also be the case that leading question ends up not being leading after all. It depends on, but yes, I do see the difficulty. Can you reformulate that question? As you know, we ended up not having a platform after all. That's the point I'm making.
Yes, and Your Honour, whether that's the objection or not is another matter, but...
The only thing I'd note, Your Honour, is I don't think this witness has reached the stage yet where his memory needs to be refreshed.
the point was that the structure of the question was problematic in the sense that it's too closed question to ask in chief.
Witness, when you arrived at the rally, were any of the speakers there?
Waliingia kwa pamoja wote, magari zao zikifuatana.
Who arrived at the same time?
Ruto na Koske na wageni ambao walikuwa wamekuja nao walikuja kwa msafara moja na magari.
And where were you when they arrived?
Nilikuwa kwenye uwanja.
Did you see them arriving?
Ulipokuwa ukija, huwezi ukawaone kwa sababu watu wamesimama wanapiga makelele, lakini saa ile watakuwa wameingia, utaanza kuwaona.
And who gave speeches to the crowd on that day?
Na wenye walitoa hotuba sikuwaona, sikuwajua, mkuwatambua wageni, lakini Koske pamoja na Ruto niliwatambua.
Now, amongst Mr. Kosgei and Mr. Ruto, who spoke first?
Koske ndiye alisema wa kwanza.
And what did Mr. Kosgei say in his speech?
Alianza kuongea mambo ya kupiga kura kwa amani, tupige kura kwa wingi, na alipoendelea na hotuba akarudia tu kwa kumalizia hotuba wake na ile msema alisema tena katika uwanja wa Nandi Hills katika lugha ya Kalenjin.
Witness, it's very important that you can you specify what things he repeated from the Nandi Hills rally?
Your Honour, I would ask again, what we're interested in is what is said on that rally, context and everything. So what the witness can recall would be of assistance.
Your Honour, it's the same question. It really is. It's two ways of asking the same thing. The witness has...
No, proceed. Mr. Khan, what's the problem?
Your Honour, my learned friend, and I raised it yesterday, the use of repeat puts us backward-looking to a previous event that is being testified about. This is another meeting that the prosecution allege gives rise to criminal conduct on the part of Mr. William Ruto. And the focus of the questioning should be what is said at that meeting, not what is said at a previous meeting. So in order to have clarity and not ambiguity, and in order to get a clear account from the witness about what he said at this meeting, the word repeat is unhelpful and detracts from what we're seeking to elicit. So, Your Honour, the question should be quite straightforward in my respectful submission. What did Mr. Koski say?
You would have that complaint, Mr. Khan, if all that happened was, say, repeated and then we move on. But we're not done with the exercise. The witness himself had used, from what we had in interpretation, line 5, see it, he then repeated the same things that he had said in Nandi Hills. Witness introduced the term repeated from what we heard. Counsel's question is quite proper to say, okay, you said repeated, what is that? And then we take it and do the same exercise. So let's proceed in that way.
So be it.
Witness, you said that Mr. Kosgei at Kapchowa repeated the same things that he had said in Nandi Hills. Now my question is, can you specify what things he repeated from Nandi Hills?
Now, here is where counsel's concern comes in, Mr. Puliata. You can indicate repeated, but then the second one has to be, what did he say?
Mr. Witness, when Mr. Kosgei repeated the things he had said at Nandi Hills, what did he say at Kapchowa?
Alizidi kusema katika lugha ya Kalenjin magimaje itik ni ujumbe.
All right, witness, we've done this before. We will have to do it again, the same process we followed before. You will need to say those words in Kalenjin slowly again. And the reason why I ask you to say it slowly again is because there's a lawyer in the courtroom who has kindly agreed to assist us. So when you're repeating it slowly, he's able to write down what you're saying. And afterwards, he will help us put it on record with his spellings. Right, so can you again say slowly, one word at a time, the words you said you heard said at the second rally?
Magimaje eti nikiu jumbe.
Witness, confirm that you have said Magimache ketit ne kiibu chumbek.
Ni hivyo.
Mr. President, Your Honors, Magimache is spelled M-A-K-I-M-A-C-H-E. Ketit is K-E-T-I-T. Ne is N-E. Kiibu is K-I-I-B-U. Chumbeg, the last word is C-H-U-M-B-E-K.
Thank you, Mr. Bosek.
I'm most obliged, Mr. President.
Puliati.
Thank you, Your Honor. Witness, I'm now going to read back to you the Kalenjin words. Please tell me if it's correct and it's what you say you heard. Makimachi ketit ne kibu chumbek. Is that correct?
Say, hujaisoma. Sio vile umeanza, sio kweli.
What problem is that?
Kivu. Shida ilikuwa mahali ya kuleta, yani Kivu.
Or can you tell us in Swahili what you say the problem is? You can describe the problem so that the interpreters can tell us. You can tell us in Swahili what you say the problem was. With the
Mahali ya kusema kulete. Walilete.
all right, let me. Witness, can you assist us? What we heard Mr. Bosek spell onto the record is this. Makimache ketit ne kibu chumbek.
Iko sawa.
Are those the words you said you heard spoken?
Ndio, ni hiyo nilisikia wakitamka.
Thank you. Mr. Puliati, please proceed.
And witness, what does that mean in Swahili?
Ni kumaanisha hatutaki miti ambayo ililetwa na wazungu.
Did Mr. Kosgei say anything else in relation to the trees that had been brought by the white people?
Kuna yala alisema kuhusu miti.
Anything else?
Kuhusu miti alisema tunataka tung'oe miti na mizizi.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to use the Kalenjin to say that. So please...
If that was said in Kalenjin.
I'm grateful. Witness, what language was Mr. Ruto speaking when he said that they had to be uprooted? Mr. Kosgei, what language was he speaking?
Tumia lugha ya Kikalenjin.
Okay, now I'm going to ask you to repeat in Kalenjin what you heard. So please say it slowly and clearly so it can be written down. Thank you.
Kimaje si geliek tapgeti
Can you do it once more, please?
Kimaje si geliek tapgeti.
Mr. Witness, confirm that you have said Kimache ke sich ke lieg ab ketit.
Yeah.
Mr. President, Your Honors.
One second. We need to, for him, did he confirm that in
He did.
Kiswahili?
Yes,
Or
by
are we-
saying yeah.
Witness, can you confirm that Mr. Bosek read out the right words to you? Read back the right words to you?
Do I say it again, Mr. President?
We would like to see the procedure is this. And when you read back and he confirm, we want him to confirm it in Swahili. And then we want to get interpretation of that confirmation in Swahili before we proceed with the spelling.
So please.
We don't want a situation where you get into, maybe he said that wasn't it, and then we get into a wasted exercise. So you've read, can you read back the words again, please?
Okay.
And then once he confirms, interpreters will tell us that he is confirmed, and then we'll take it from there.
Mr. Witness, you have said Kimache ke sich ke lieg ab ketit.
Magimaje
Magimache ke sich ke lieg ab ketit.
Kimaje si Kimaje si geliek.
Okay, let me say it again. Kimache ke sich ke lieg ab ketit.
Yeah.
Mr. President, Your Honors, Kimache is K-I-M-A-C-H-E. Kesich is K-E-S-I-C-H. Keliek is K-E-L-Y-E-K. Ab, that is A-B. Ketit is K-E-T-I-T.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bosek.
I'm most obliged, Mr. President.
Mr. Pugliati, it's over to you.
Yes. Witness, I'm going to read back those Kalenjin words. Please listen carefully and tell me if they're correct. Kimache kesik keliek ab ketit. Is that what you heard Mr. Kosgei say?
Ni hivyo.
And in Swahili, what does that mean?
Kumaanisha wang'oe mizizi ya miti.
Now, did Mr. Kosgei say anything else that you recall during his speech?
Basi nikakumbuke sana kile alisema.
I'm not asking if you can remember everything, but do you remember anything else he may have said while speaking in the Kalenjin?
Alisema nataka tupige kura kwa umoja.
What language was Mr. Kosgei speaking when he said that he wanted people to vote in a united way?
Kwa ametumia katika lugha ya Kiswahili.
And what was your reaction? How did you feel listening to Mr. Kosgei's speech?
Sababu alisema hivyo, nilianza kujihisi labda tutakuwa na kitu kibaya kufuatana na maongeo ambao wanaongea.
Can you just explain yourself a little more?
Naweza kusema kwa sababu alikuwa amesema tung'oe miti na tukate zile miti. Mimi kwangu nilikuwa najihisi kuna kitu kinaweza tokea mbaya mbeleni baada ya kura.
Now, you said that Mr. Ruto also gave a speech after Mr. Kosgei. Was it immediately after Mr. Kosgei?
Your Honour, a point must come when the concerns of the defence permeate the resistance of the prosecution. Once again, this is a leading question. It needn't happen unless there's another intent behind it, and I'm sure that's not the case. So I would ask my friend to ask questions in the well-established manner, rather than seeking to put a scenario in the witness's mouth that has not been elicited in the proper way.
Objection overruled. Question was the order how soon after. Can you please proceed?
Witness, you told the court that Mr. Ruto spoke after Mr. Kosgei. Were there other speakers in between them, or was it immediately after Mr. Kosgei?
Kuna watu waliongea ambao siwezi nikawajua, walikuwa wageni wamekuja nao. Ruto aliongea baadaye nyuma.
Now, when Mr. Ruto started speaking, in what language did he start his speech?
Aliongea katika lugha ya Kiswahili.
And do you recall what he said to the crowd while speaking in Swahili?
Alikuwa akisii watu wa Nandi tupige kura katika chama cha ODM na tupige kura kwa roho moja.
Did he say anything else?
Baada ya kuongea, alipokuwa akitaka kumalizia, akaanza ile misemo za kawaida za kung'oa miti na msiwache nyazi kitambaa katika manyumba zenyu.
Okay, witness, let's take those one at a time. When Mr. Ruto spoke about uprooting the trees, in what language was he speaking?
Kwa akizungumza katika lugha ya Kalenjin.
Okay, so just as before, could you repeat for the court in Kalenjin? And right now I'm only asking about the trees. So repeat for the court in Kalenjin what Mr. Ruto said about uprooting the trees.
Majimaje eti nilivujumbe.
Right, witness, I will request you to say it again, slowly. Same phrase you've just given in evidence. Can you repeat it slowly?
Majimaje eti nilivujumbe.
Thank you.
Mr. Witness, confirm that you have said the following. Magimache ketit ne kiibu chumbek.
Urudia.
Magimache ketit ne kiibu chumbek.
iko sawa.
Mr. President, Jonas, Magimache is M-A-K-I-M-A-C-H-E. Ketit is K-E-T-I-T. Ne is N-E. Kiibu is K-I-I-B-U. Chumbek is C-H-U-M-B-E-K.
Thank you, Mr. Bosek.
I'm most obliged, Mr. President.
Mr. Pugliati.
Thank you. Witness, please listen to me. I'm going to repeat the Kalenjin words. Tell me if they are correct. Makimache, ketit, ne, kibu, chumbek. Is that correct?
Rudia.
Yes, of course. I will go more slowly. Makimache, ketit, ne, kibu, chumbek. Is that correct?
Iko sawa. Iko sawa.
And in Swahili, what does that mean?
Namaanisha hatutaki miti ambayo zililetwa na wazungu.
Now, witness, you also told the court that you heard Mr. Ruto refer to the grass and the houses. In what language was he speaking when you heard that?
Kuwa akizungumzia katika lugha ya Kalenjin.
Now I'm going to ask you again to repeat for the court in Kalenjin, slowly and clearly, exactly what you remember hearing Mr. Ruto say about the grass and the houses.
Magimache o metei suswek olanda aboigot.
Can you again kindly repeat the phrase slowly one more time?
Magimache o metei suswek olanda aboigot.
Witness, could you confirm to this honorable court that you have said Magimache umetai suswek kolanda away court?
Iko sawa.
Mr. President Jonas, Magimache is M-A-K-I-M-A-C-H-E. Ometai is O-M-E-T-A-I. Suswek is S-U-S-W-E-K. Kolanda is K-O-L-A-N-D-A. Agoi, A-G-O-I. Got is G-O-T.
Thank you, Mr. Brosek.
I'm most obliged, Mr. President.
Mr. Puliati.
Witness, again, I'm going to read back to you the Kalenjin. Please listen carefully and tell me if it's correct. Maki machi, ometai, suswek, kolanda, agoi, got. Is that correct?
Iko sawa.
And the Swahili?
Inamaanisha msiwache nyazi itambae katika nyumba zenyu.
And on hearing Mr. Ruto say this, how did that make you feel?
Mimi kwangu binafsi nilikuwa najihisi kuna kitu.
Mr. Puliati, you see the clock. It's time for the luncheon break. Do you want to wrap up this matter, this particular answer, and then we'll adjourn for lunch?
That would be fine, Your Honor, yes.
What I'm asking, do you have any more questions to put on this particular matter? The answer he gave you, are you happy with that?
In fact, I have follow-up questions to that, but it's not. It can be done now, or it can be done after the adjournment.
Well, why don't we adjourn now then? We will rise for the luncheon break and come back at 2:30. But first, we will let the witness out of the courtroom. The blind will come down.
All rise. We will be. Please be seated.
Thank you very much, and witness, welcome back. Mr. Pugliati, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Witness, before we took the break, we were talking about the rally that you attended in Kapchowa, and you were telling the court about the speeches that you heard there. I'd just like to take you back to a clarification you made earlier today, when you confirmed to me that you had heard the word Madoa Doa at other rallies that you had attended. Now my question is, did you hear the word Madoa Doa at this rally?
Ndio nilisikia.
Do you recall who you heard using that word?
Ilikuwa ni Ruto.
Mr. President, can I just, there's a certain way that things are being conducted. I do, for the record, just raise my objection to the way that my learned friend is seeking to elicit evidence. And I'll say no more than that, but I want my objection to be part of the record.
You need to specify it in this regard.
Your Honour, it's inappropriate to ask questions in the manner that my friend did, in which he says, did you hear the word Madoa at that rally? The proper way is to ask, what did you hear at this rally? And that should be it. Otherwise, the prosecution is seeking to paint a narrative itself, which does not come from the witness's own lips in court under oath.
Your Honour, the only narrative is that of the witness. I have the real-time transcript from the court sessions earlier today. I'm referring to page 36, lines 11 through 22, where the witness was very carefully asked about where other occasions that he'd heard that word. And he says very clearly that he heard that word used at other rallies that he attended. So in my submission, it's very appropriate to ask him if he heard that word at this rally which he attended.
You can proceed. It may also be better if this would be a good time to elicit the other rallies where he would have heard this, so that we don't get into this argument later on. Again, I've indicated this before. Leading questions, it's not that they may not be asked, just that it's a matter of discretion. If it's unfair to ask it, it should not be asked. But if it needs to be done, so be it. The narrative brought in this Madoa Doa. Can we now have the witness indicate all the other rallies where he'd had it, so we don't quarrel about it down the line again?
Of course, Your Honour. Witness, just so that everybody in the court is clear, to the best of your recollection, can you give the names of the rallies you attended where you heard the word Madoa Doa?
Karibu mikutano zote nilihudhuria, hiyo jambo lilitumika.
Your Honour, perhaps if I take them one at a time.
Yes. Yes.
Witness, did you hear this word used at the rally at the Nandi Hills Stadium?
I think you already testified to that. So we're now at the Kapchorwa. So let's take it from that particular rally, the Kapchorwa rally.
From the second rally. Witness, did you hear the word Madoa Doa used at the rally at Kapchorwa?
Nilisikia.
Did you hear the word Madoa Doa used at the rally you attended in Maraba?
Ndio nilisikia.
Did you hear the word Madoa Doa used at the rally you attended in Labuyo?
Nilisikia, lakini kwa wakati huo Ruto hakuwa katika hizo mikutano, alikuwa ni kusikia na watu wengine tofauti.
And finally, did you hear the word Madoa Doa used at the rally that you attended at Matete?
Hiyo neno lilitumika.
Now, you've told the court that you heard Mr. Ruto use that word at Kapchorwa. Can you tell the court what you heard him say?
Katika lugha ya Kiswahili, kawaida aliongea juu ya maendeleo, vile kura zitapiga kwa njia iliyo mzuri. Kwa kumalizia, anasema neno la madoadoa hilo.
What language was Mr. Ruto speaking when he mentioned the word Madoa Doa?
Alitumikia lugha ya Kalenjin.
Okay, witness, as before, I'm going to ask you to repeat the words in Kalenjin that you heard Mr. Ruto say when he spoke of Madoa Doa. So could you please say those words slowly and clearly for the court? Thank you.
Alisema katika lugha ya Kalenjin, Magimaje, Big, Nilaje, Ngoroi Kain.
that again?
Ndio nitarudia. Milaje. Beroi aing.
Witness, kindly confirm to this honorable court that this is what you have said. Magimache, pig, chiloche, ngoroig, aing.
Burudia.
Magimache, pig, chiloche, ngoroig, aing.
Iko sawa.
Mr. President, Your Honors, he has confirmed that that is what he said. Magimache is M-A-K-I-M-A-C-H-E. Pig is B-I-K. Chiloche is C-H-E-I-L-O-C-H-E-I. Ngoroik is N-G-O-R-O-I-K. Aing is A-E-N-G.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brose.
I'm also obliged, Mr. President.
Witness, I'm going to repeat those words to you now. Please listen carefully. Tell me if this is what you heard. Makimachi, Bik, Che Loche, Ngoroik, Ain. Is that correct?
Iko sawa.
Now in Swahili, can you tell the court what that means?
Ni kumaanisha taki watu watafaa nguo mbili.
Thank you. Now, do you recall if Mr. Ruto said anything else at Kapchorwa?
Ndio alisema tutafanya kazi kwa njia moja.
What language was he speaking when he said that?
Sema katika lugha ya Kalenjin.
So please repeat for the court the Kalenjin words that Mr. Ruto used.
kimache owai kasit oret nekiamwaun.
I will ask you again, witness, to repeat again slowly so that Mr. Bosek can note it.
Kimache owai kasit nekiakonin.
Witness, confirm to this honorable court that you said the following. Amache owai kasit nekiakonin.
Iko sawa.
Mr. President, Your Honors, Amache is A-M-A-C-H-E, Oyai is O-A-I, Kasit is K-A-S-I-T, Ne is N-E, Kiagonin is K-I-A-G-O-N-I-A. N-I-N, sorry.
Thank you very much.
Most obliged.
Witness, I'm going to repeat the Kalenjin. Please listen. Amache, oe, kasit, ne, koe, kiagonin. Is that what you heard?
Iko sawa.
And in Swahili, what does that mean?
Maanisha mfanye kazi niliyompa.
So what time did this rally at Kapchowa finish, witness?
Ilisha akielekea saa za jioni, ikielekea karibu saa 11.
Mr. Your own cross-examination and examination in chief.
I understood. Unfortunately, it will not finish today, so with the court today, but since we find procedure for eliciting the evidence, we have made progress, and that's extent, but of course we've just come to the end of rally number 2 and there are more. We would finish on Monday. Confident that it would be by the lunch break.
All right, please.
Witness, ask you about another rally that you say you attended. this time in Maraba. When you told the chamber you attended, is that correct?
Ni kweli.
And if you can, how long attend the
Zilikuwa zinapitania mawiki tu, zilikuwa zikichukua muda mrefu.
And are you able to say how long before the election it was?
Ilikuwa bado kama mwezi mbele.
And how did you hear about this rally?
Kawaida mikutano yote ilikuwa inatangazwa na gari inazunguka ikitangaza katika maspika.
And what did those loudspeakers say?
Kuwa inaahidi watu waende katika mkutano siku hiyo ya Maraba.
Did the announcement say if anyone would be present at the rally?
Walikuwa wakitangaza wakisema kuna wageni watakuja kutuhimiza vile tutapiga kura.
Your Honours, at this juncture, I'd ask to go into private session for just a couple of questions, please.
For how long?
I envisage it will be shorter than the last private session. It is only 1 or 2 questions.
All right, so approximately 2 or 3 minutes. We will go into private session then.
Nous sommes en audience publique, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Pugliese, proceed, please.
Witness, we're back in open session now, public session. I'd like to ask you, could you just describe where in Maraba this rally was taking place?
Mkutano ilifanywa katikati, kuna uwanja katikati ya maduka.
And how many people approximately attended this rally?
Hiyo mkutano iko na watu wengi zaidi, ikiwa ilikuwa zaidi ya 400.
So would it be correct to say that it was smaller than the rally at Kapchowa?
Iko tofauti.
And where were you in the crowd?
Nilikuwa katikati ya watu.
And from your observations, from what you saw, what ethnic groups were in the crowd?
Kabila la Wakalenjin ndio ilikuwa wengi.
Now, do you recall who gave any speeches at this rally?
Na wageni ambao walitoa, alafu Henry Koske akaongea katika hiyo mkutano.
I'll ask you about that in a moment. I just want to ask you, what time did the rally start?
Sasa nikajua saa sana, lakini ilikuwa ni mchana.
Would you say it was before lunch or after lunch?
Kawaida mkutano inapoitishwa kama hiyo, sisi raia tulikuwa tunakuja hata kuanzia saa 3, saa 4. Lakini saa kabisa waliingia ndio singeweza kujua lakini ilikuwa ni mchana.
Now, you told the court that Henry Kosgei spoke at this rally.
Mr. Pugliese, let's not leave the answer at usually. We want to know what happened on this occasion, if the witness can remember.
Of course, Your Honor. Witness, you said that usually you would leave around 9 or 11 o'clock to attend such a rally. Are you able to recall in this instance what time you left to attend this rally?
Hiyo mkutano mimi mwenyewe nilifika ilikuwa kama saa 4.
Just for the transcript, I note at line 4 of page 74, what I heard was, let's not leave the answer, L-E-A-V-E.
Indeed. You're talking about what I said. Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, witness, I had asked you about Henry Kosgei speaking at this rally. Were you there when his speech began?
Ndio, nilikuweko.
And were you present for Mr. Kosgei's entire speech?
Nilikuweko alipoanza hadi alipomaliza.
When he began speaking, could you hear him?
Nilikuwa namsikia.
Could you hear him well?
Ndio, nilikuwa namsikia vizuri.
Could you just explain to the court how it is that you heard him very well?
Nilikuwa namsikia vizuri kwa sababu ndiye alikuwa mbunge wangu. Na alikuwa akiita mkutano, tulikuwa tumempenda, tulikuwa tunashangilia, ilibidi niingie katika hiyo mkutano. Na alipoanza kuongea, aliongea juu ya maendeleo.
Mr. Pugliese, and next time let's not ask a witness whether he heard the speaker very well. That's very leading. That sort of question needs to be more open than that.
Very well. Witness, how far away from Mr. Kosgei were you when he was speaking?
haikuwa umbali kwa sababu hiyo mkutano haikuwa ya watu wengi.
If you can, are you able to estimate approximately how far away from you he was?
Umbali ambayo ilikuwa kama yadi kama 20-25.
Now, when Mr. Kosgei started his speech, in which language was he speaking?
Anza kuhutubu katika lugha ya Kiswahili.
And what did he say when he was speaking in Swahili?
Kuna maendeleo ambayo alisema atakuja kuendelea kuifanya kwa sababu hapa alikuwa awali mbeleni amejenga hospitali ambayo ni kubwa ya serikali, na akasema atakuja kupanua iwe hospitali kubwa kama ya kitaifa. Akatuhimiza tena tupige kura katika njia ya wingi.
Now, was Swahili the only language that Mr. Kosgei used in his speech?
Kumalizia, walikuwa wamezoea lugha ya kumaliza kwa misemo ya Kalenjin.
Can you tell the court what you heard Mr. Kosgei say when he spoke in Kalenjin?
Rudia tu kusema yale mambo ya kung'oa miti na tusiwache nyazi kuenea ikienda katika manyumba zetu. Hiyo ndio msemo walikuwa wamezoea kumalizia wakisema.
All right, witness, let's take those one at a time. In Kalenjin, slowly, can you tell the court first what you heard Mr. Kosgei say about the trees?
Alikuwa akisema magimaje eti givu jumbe
Can you do it again? Sorry about that.
Kimaje Eti Nigibu Jumbe
Witness, confirm to this honorable court that you have said Magimache Ketit Ne Kiibu Jumbeg.
iko sawa.
Mr. President, Your Honors, yes, confirm. Magimache is M-A-K-I-M-A-C-H-E. Ketit is K-E-T-I-T. Ne is N-E. Kiibu is K-I-I-B-U. Chumbeg, C-H-U-M-B-E-K.
Thank you very much.
I'm most obliged, Mr. President.
Witness, as before, I will repeat the Kalenjin words. Please listen to me and tell me if those are the correct words. Makimache, ketit, ne, kibu, chumbek.
Iko sawa.
And can you tell the court what that means in Swahili?
Inamaanisha hatutaki miti ambazo zililetwa na wazungu.
Now, witness, you also said that Mr. Kosgei spoke about roots. Again, in Kalenjin, please say the words that you heard Mr. Kosgei say regarding the roots.
Tumia lugha ya Kikalenjin.
Yes, can you repeat in Kalenjin what you heard Mr. Kosgei say about roots?
Maje Yesit Yeliek Tapketit.
Witness, I'll request you again to repeat that slowly. Thank you.
Imaje Yesit Yeliek Tapketit.
Witness, confirm to the Honorable Court that you have said Kimache Kesich Keliek Ab Ketit.
Iko sawa.
He said is correct. Kimache is K-I-M-A-C-H-E. Kesich is K-E-S-I-C-H. Keliek is K-E-L-Y-E-K. Ab, A-B. Ketit is K-E-T-I-T.
Thank you.
I'm also obliged, Mr. President.
Witness, please listen to me repeat those words. Kimache, Kesich, Keliek, Ab, Ketit. Is that correct?
Kasawa.
And the Swahili meaning is?
Kumaanisha kung'oa zile miguu za miti ama mizizi.
Can you repeat that question, Mr. Pugliati?
Witness, I'm going to ask the question once more.
Because the sense appears to be an infinitive verb. But we want a sentence.
Witness, can you give the court the Swahili translation of what you heard?
Ndio ni kusema taka tung'oe miguu za mizo miti.
You also told the court a few moments ago, that you heard Mr. Kosgei say that we shouldn't allow the grass to grow into our houses. Just to be clear, was he speaking Kalenjin when he said that?
Ndio alisema katika lugha ya Kalenjin.
So once again, please repeat the Kalenjin words that you heard Mr. Kosgei say slowly and clearly.
Mavimaje o metei suswe alandai agoigot.
Perhaps just once more so that everyone in the courtroom is clear.
Mavimaje o metei suswe alandai agoigot.
Mr. Bosek?
Most obliged. Mr. Witness, confirm to this honorable court that you have said Magimachei Ometai Suswek Kolanda Away God.
Iko sawa.
Mr. President, Your Honors, Magimachei is M-A-K-I O-M-A-C-H-E. Ometai is O-M-E-T-A-I. Suswek, S-U-S-W-E-K. Kolanda, K-O-L-A-N-D-A. Agoi, A-G-O-I. Got, G-O-T.
Thank you very much.
I'm most obliged, Mr. President.
Witness, I will repeat those Kalenjin words. Please listen carefully. Makimache, Omatai, Suswek, Kolanda, Agoi, Got. Is that correct?
Hiyo iko sawa.
What does that mean in Swahili?
Msiwache nyazi katambae pa katika nyumba zenyu.
Okay, so we've spoken about trees, roots, and grass. And you told the court in your answer a few moments ago that these were the statements that Mr. Kosgei would conclude his speech with. Do you recall any other things that Mr. Kosgei would have said during his speech?
Baada ya kuongea, alipokuwa akitaka kuenda, alipasema tupange laini, kuna maziwa ambayo atapatiana.
Did he say anything more in that regard?
Rudia hiyo swali, sijalisikia mzuri.
When Mr. Kosgei told you that that people should line up and he was going to give milk, let me ask you first, what language was he speaking?
Hiyo alikuwa anatumia lugha ya Kiswahili.
Did he say anything further about the milk?
Sema tupige kura katika uniform.
And what did you understand that to mean? To vote in uniform, I mean.
Mimi kwangu nilikuwa nimejua anatuelezea tupige kura kwa njia moja.
And which way was that?
Hiyo njia kumaanisha wapige kura kwa njia moja. Tayari kwa misemo ambao walikuwa wametumia, ilikuwa imeonekana kuna kazi ambayo amepatia watu watafanya, akawaambia wafanye kazi kwa njia moja.
Do you know what those duties were?
Wakati huo sikuwa nimejua hizo kazi, nilikuja jua baadaye.
And to be clear, so we all understand, what did you end up realizing later?
Hiyo nilipoelewa hii ilikuwa kama kufurusha watu wengine, kabila zingine.
And which other ethnic groups are you referring to?
Na Wakisii, Wajaluo, Waluya na Wakikuyu.
Now, the tasks that had been assigned, who had they been assigned to, in your understanding?
Watu wa kabila la Kalenjin.
Now, this milk, did Mr. Kosgei give milk to anybody?
Ndio alipatiana.
Now, witness, did you recognize any other speakers at this rally at Maraba?
Kuna wenye walitoa hotuba lakini sikuwatambua, ni wageni alikuja na hao.
And just so the court is clear, was Mr. Ruto present at the Maraba rally?
Ruto hakuweko.
And finally, what time did this rally finish?
Hizi nikajua saa sana, lakini mwendo wa kilekea kama saa 9 huko.
Witness, I'd now like to move to a new topic and talk to you about the rally that you told the court you attended in Labuyo. Was this before or after the rally in Maraba?
Kuja nyuma ya ule wa Maraba.
If you can, approximately, how long after Maraba did the rally at Labuyo take place?
Kuenda mbali, lakini mpaka hiyo ilikuwa mwezi kama wa 12.
Can you describe for the court where in Labuyo the rally took place?
Kuna uwanja ambao uko katikati ya maduka karibu na barabara.
And approximately how many people attended this rally?
Huo mkutano haukubeba watu wengi, karibu watu zaidi ya 300.
What time did the rally start?
Huo mkutano ulianza mchana na ikuchukua muda mrefu kama mikutano zingine. Karibu saa 6 hivi.
So would it be fair to say it started in the morning?
Inaweza kuwa asubuhi kwa sababu ilikuwa haijapita saa 6.
And you said it was not very long. Approximately how long did it last?
inaweza kuwa kama sali moja na nusu hivi.
And how did you hear that this rally would be taking place?
Ni kupitia tu njia ya kawaida ya matangazo.
Announcements through what?
Na gari ikitembea, wameweka spika wakitangaza.
Your Honour, request a private session for, again, just a couple of minutes.
How long?
Just a couple of minutes.
All right, a couple, 2-3 minutes. We will go into private session.
sommes en audience publique, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you. Mr. Pouliot, please proceed.
Now, witness, were there speeches at the rally at Labuyo?
Hotuba ilikuweko.
And can you recall who gave speeches?
Kuna watu ambao walihutubia umati ikiwa pamoja na mjumbe wetu.
Can you just be specific about who you're referring to as your member of parliament?
Mjumbe ni Henry Koske.
You mean is that Kosgei was one of the speakers, or he was a member of the public?
Witness, when you refer to Henry Kosgei, do you mean he was one of the speakers at the rally, or that he was your member of parliament, as well as a speaker at the rally?
Ndio alikuwa anahutubia kwa sababu alikuwa hawezi akakuja akosa kuhutubia watu.
Now, I'm going to ask you in a moment what you heard Mr. Kosgei say in his speech, but before I do, is there anybody else you know who gave a speech at this rally?
Maana hiyo mkutano iko kuwa ya watu wengi.
Witness, don't answer that question. And I will rephrase it. Did anybody else give a speech at that rally?
Ndio wako.
Your Honour, perhaps private session would be...
Yes, I was going to say that. Private session.